Hello, everybody. Welcome to Wild, 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 Wild Mount. I am the DM. Um, Before we get started, we have, as usual, a number of announcements that we're going to get through, and then we will get started with today's game. So, welcome, everybody. All right, so the first announcement today, we are once again sponsored by BeNeverEnding.com. If you've ever wanted to animate some of the great moments in your tabletop game, Never Ending is the platform for this. They have put together a way to share your stories that you can see that you always see pictured in your head, or some of the cool things that happen at your table for your tabletop games. Um, Essentially, it's an amazing web-based visual storytelling platform. Super easy to use. It's so easy, I can use it. Um, you can use the character builder that they currently have to create a custom avatar that you can use for your tabletop games, for social media. You can use the character builder to also create your characters, or if you're a DM like moi, you can use them to create NPCs so people can actually see what your NPCs look like. You can select from all different types of body types, builds, hairstyles, eyes, ears, outfits, all the good stuff that you need to create a very good character. And there's so many character combinations and possibilities. You can download your character as a portrait or as a tabletop token. All right. So, or you can import them into a scene builder to make your story further. That's one of the things that they are slowly rolling out, is that you're able going to be able to put your characters that you create into these amazing scenes. Whether you're in a tavern or a spooky forest or whatever. So yeah, it's a really good platform. They have their Kickstarter. I think they're going on. It's just 11 more days for the Kickstarter. But when they started it, they were funded in 90 minutes. And they've already unlocked some great stretch goals, right? So one of the stretch goals they were unlocked was a gender neutral body, because not all heroes look the same. So there should be options for all types of heroes. Bird folk is one of the options that's been unlocked through some stretch goals, and of course, pirates. Gar, right? All these different types of pirate options as well. So, um, the next stretch goal to unlock, that they're really close to unlocking, is animal companions, right? So wouldn't it be awesome to make a familiar or a pet? Maybe see like a Maya or possibly a Lucy, something like that. That would be really cool. But they haven't reached that stretch goal yet, so there's still time to go on their Kickstarter and contribute to unlock these stretch goals and just get more options for the character builder. You can use their character builder and their beta character builder right now at bneverending.app. App. You can bring your stories to life. You can bring your games to life. You can bring those characters to life. So you can go to beneverending.com. As I said before, the character builder is beneverending.app. But you can reach the Kickstarter, you can reach the character builder, all through beneverending.com. All right. And thank you once again to Neverending for sponsoring the stream. We really do appreciate it. And we're having fun playing with the character builders. Hopefully soon, we've been actually working with Neverending. Hopefully soon we will be seeing some of that character art here on the stream. So I look forward to showing that all to you. But we all have character profiles on there. We have our bios for some for the characters. I am a character, so there's kind of a bio just for me. Um, so again, beneverending.com. All right. So next up, as far as announcements are concerned, tomorrow, Friday Night Magic, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you are down for some Magic the Gathering Arena, join me at 8 p.m. You can either join me to just watch me get my ass kicked on the norm. Occasionally I win. I'm actually getting better, which is pretty cool. But if you're interested in playing, you have the ability to actually come onto the stream and play Magic the Gathering Arena either with myself or with anybody who is that you can actually put onto the friends list. If you join our Discord, you can actually add your friend ID, your character ID for the game, and I will add it to the list, and then we will get you in a game and have fun. If you just want to watch, that's cool too. I'm usually joined by my good buddy Dead Ninja, and we have a lot of games. We talk about the decks, we talk about how crazy our decks are, and why we do some of the things that we do with our decks. Um, and you can also make me talk in funny voices. So if you are so inclined, use the voice modulator that I occasionally use throughout the D&D games, and you can redeem those voices for me to talk while I'm streaming Friday Night Magic. It is hilarious in a lot of instances. We also have a community goal going on right now. We've only got a couple days left on it, but if we reach that goal, you will actually be able to redeem Lucy's voice, the little quasi familiar for that is our character Leah's. Um, you will actually be able to redeem that voice in the future, but only if we reach that community goal. So make sure if you haven't contributed your channel points to that, do so if you want to hear me talk like Lucy in any of my other streams. Um, Once again, also thank you everybody for your support. All of whether you're following, whether you're subscribing, whether you're a patron on Patreon, all of the support that you're giving us is 100% appreciated. We love you all for it, and because of all of that support, coming fairly soon, we're going to be having a lot more content, a lot more new things for you to watch. Still within the realm of gaming, still within the realm of role playing, but very fun and just very different. Can't wait to share those things with you. I'm not gonna go into more details, but we have a lot more things coming up, and that's all because you all want me to do it. You all want to see more stuff. You all are super supportive in what we're doing, so we're able to do that. So it's because of you. So thank you. Um, yeah, and I guess I think don't forget to join our Discord. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube. Our YouTube is where if you've missed anything, you can catch up. Again, I apologize. I've been pretty lax on that. Not really lax. I just don't. There's not enough hours in the day. I just got to upload all the most recent stuff in there. But you can still catch up on things that you've missed. Any of the streams that you've missed are up on our YouTube page. Whether it's D&D, whether it's Friday Night Magic, whether it's Talking with the DM, whether it's Old Man Plays Old Games, they're all there. So don't forget to join all of those things. We want you to be involved. So please be involved. Love to talk to you. Love to meet you. Love to just be friends. All right. So with that, I believe we are ready for our game. Alrighty. Ooh, I'm really big on the screen.
Yes, baby. You're big.
I'm big on the screen. Mm-hmm.
Ribbit.
I think that's different than being big on the screen. But yes, ribbit indeed. Last we gathered, you had taken up residence with the somewhat eccentric, yet mega super powerful mage known as Leopold von Scott. According to him. Leopold, absolutely willing to help all of you in everything that you're trying to do. At the very least, giving you some lodgings should you need it. But did say would be able to do more for you if you were able to help him out with something. Apparently, his apprentice has gone missing, and this happened around the time they had dug up an old, what he believes to be possibly an old wizard's laboratory just outside the city of Zadash, hoping that it belonged to someone known as Zilray the Scary, but not sure. Um, if you were willing to help him find out what happened to his apprentice and see if you can find things, find anything you can within this, this old place, he'd be willing to possibly help you out more. He teleported you to the location, gave you a way to teleport back to him once you were done and complete with what you were doing. You slowly began to make your way down into this excavation site, which is hidden by an illusory door, if you will, made to look exactly like the surrounding landscape. Upon entering and being forewarned, you came across a large, creepy eye emanating blue light that followed you not around the room, as it seemed to be stuck in a singular space, but did turn and adjust its sight to try and see anything that moved. You made your way past the eyeball into a room filled with lettered tiling. Apparently, on a number of these lettered tiles, you were able to find that there were certain words, but stepping on a number of these tiles caused some effects. The one that you clearly were able to determine what the effect was when both Sora and Squall were turned into giant frogs.
Rivet.
Rivet.
So at this point in time, both Phoebe and Jarina are slowly trying to make their way across. Rowan has been trying to help, but staying by the door is making it her help limited at this point. Galen is creepily playing a lute while all of this is going on. And Squall, as in his giant frog form, is currently rubbing up against the leg of Galen, as we all know that music soothes the savage giant frog. And that is currently where we are at. So, just to remind everybody, we have, as far as the so you all are aware where everything is. The green lines are the indications of where the entryways are from where this room is. The orange dots are indications of they are indications of the copper pieces that Jarina and Phoebe are placing on what seem to be safe locations to step. The yellow line across the eye is a stick that Rowan has cast light upon and tossed into the room to try and help with the light. The room is lit by torches along the wall, but it is dim lighting, so this light is actually helping somewhat. And that is currently where we are.
Can I do something?
Well, before we jump into that, I mean, the short answer is yes, you can do something. But I want to find out if the frogs are doing anything at this moment, because they were the last ones to actually have have their turn to do something, but had not done anything up until that point. So, frogs. We'll start with Frog Squall. What would you like to do?
I'm just rubbing up on Galen. I don't try. Frog just needs security right now. He just needs security and body warmth.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Not going to dispute that at all.
Loop playing intensifies.
Frog Sora, what would you like to do?
I'm going to move to the eye.
You came from that to that eye. Okay.
I can move my full movement, right?
You can move the frog's movement. So, do you have your giant frog stats up?
I do not.
Yeah, you can actually. I will tell you what your movement is. Your full movement as a frog is giant frog is 30 feet.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't put it up because it's the same as my own. And I'm going to stay there.
Okay. And also remember that your intelligence is currently at 2.
I am following the people that I recognize.
No, that's fine. I'm just as a reminder. That gives you a -4 modifier. Just as a reminder. Frog Squall, you have already taken some damage when you tried licking the eyeball. Just again, just to make you to remind you. Yeah. Okay. And so those are the frogs. Rowan, what would you like to do?
I would like to wild shape again, only this time into a tiny beast. I'm going to turn back into the little white cat.
Alrighty. So, we have a cat somewhere. Is that it? That's a mouse. Yeah, that's the other part about druids. You need to tell me all the animals that you can turn into currently, because I try to have enough of these things. I think, nope, that's a snake. That is a horse. That is a deer. That is a rat. What is that? Is that a cat? I am so nope. That's a lizard. That's not a cat. All right, so we're just gonna make you super tiny. You're a cat. There you go.
Meow.
All right. And now what would you like to do?
I am going, as a cat, to jump on the squares that look safe to me. And I want to get I want to be able to see the entire board. So I want to crisscross the board and looking at it and try to decipher where there are words.
Okay, so to remind you, this floor is 60 feet by 70 feet.
Okay.
The only way you would actually be able to see all of the words would to be if you were above the floor, possibly flying or crawling or climbing. And even then, even with your stick of light and the other words, you still have to make a perception check because there is a layer of dust on a lot of these tiles. So you wouldn't be able to see all of the words, but you can begin to start making them out and trying to figure out what words are what.
I can at least go to the squares that we know are safe, try to figure out if there are words, and I will try to make it to the exit on that side where everyone's heading towards the right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and as a druid, when you wild shape, your intelligence stays your intelligence, unlike your companion. So you can absolutely do that. So move yourself where you would like to. You can move your full movement. Where would you like to go?
Who am I on this
You
map
are
board thing?
you are the little person right here. I just shrunk you because I didn't have a cat token for you.
Oh, hold on. I don't see it. It's not on my screen.
You can see somebody is right there.
Okay. How do I'm sorry. I see the pointer and I
Uh-huh.
don't see the bottom of the screen for some reason.
You can move the screen as well, so you should be able to move the screen. But you have if you're not in the right menu, the menu on the side, it has a hand, a cloud, all of that. You should be on the hand. Click the hand, and then you should be able to move things around.
Thank you for explaining that.
No problem.
Okay. So I'm on the N.
You've moved on to the N. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one second. I need to just check. I need to check
have we
something.
deciphered? Okay.
Hold on. You can ask me the question. I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just checking something really quick.
Okay. Have we deciphered any entire words yet? I think we saw the word magic all the way to the right at some point, or somebody did. And
Yeah.
I think we see the word necromancy.
Yes, you did see those words.
Okay.
But as you step onto the letter N, just double checking something very quickly.
Oh wait, no, I don't want to step on the letter N. Because didn't someone get hurt on the letter N? I want to step on the ones that have the coins on them.
Okay, so moving forward, after you declare that you have done something, I am not letting anyone take that back anymore. From this
I'm
point.
sorry, I didn't see that section of the screen.
Okay. Just be aware. All right. So let's see. It doesn't say. Huh. All right. Okay. All right. So you move. Oh, and you can move your full movement if you like, as long as nobody's blocking where you would need to go.
So I'm gonna follow the coins all the way up to.
You would actually. Your full movement is as a cat is 40 is 40. So you can move. Okay. Where would you like to move to?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who's that in the blue on the top right?
That is Jarena.
Okay, I want to go up to where Jarena is. I'm gonna hop over the Y to get to her.
Okay. All right.
And then I'm gonna look around the board, and I'm gonna try to see if I can see any more words.
Okay. I need you to make either an acrobatics or athletics checks, your choice, to leap over the Y to get to the M.
Okay. I'm gonna roll acrobatics.
Okay.
How do I do that as a cat again? I'll roll it and then add whatever the cat stats are.
Yeah, whatever your dexterity modifier is.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. 14.
14. Okay, easy enough. Yeah, you're able to leap over the Y, land on the M, and you said you wanted to try and see if you can see more words. So I need you to roll me. Let's see. I need you to roll me a Arcana check. So for that would be, you would be adding your intelligence modifier for that. Well, what for your Arcana, your skills, you're able to.
Okay, so I rolled Arcana. It's +3. Is that the same?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's a 9.
So it's a 9. You can't make out any words from where you're at this point. It's again either between the floor being very dusty, and just you're also very very tiny stature. You are now closer to the floor as a kitty cat, and it's a little more difficult for you to actually kind of see the words in the tiles. But you are able to. But you are further along than you were before. You can put yourself on the M, and then we will go. We'll move forward. And actually, for this, what I'd like to do, just so doesn't mean that we're actually in combat, but I would like to roll some initiative. That way, we make sure that everybody's getting a turn, and I'm not missing anybody. All right, so everybody, please roll me initiative.
Question.
Answer.
So mine was cocked, and I only know that because it was stuck between 6 and 14, and they were both glowing, but it gave me to 6. Should I re-roll, or?
Yeah, re-roll.
Okay.
All right, so Jarina, what'd you get?
6.
6. Rowan.
I'm still rolling.
Okay, Squall.
16.
16. Sora.
9.
9. Leah.
19.
19. Phoebe.
12.
12. Galen.
9.
9. And Rowan.
17.
17. Okay, so 2, 3, 4. Alrighty, so starting at the top of this round, Leah, what would you like to do? You are currently on one of the letters. It looks like you are actually on the letter M, as in Mary, and you can see, you can see the coins on some of these. Jarina is up ahead of you. Is there anything you'd like to do?
I'd like to continue advancing by following the path with the coins. So can I use my my movement and my dash, or no?
Oh no, yeah, you can absolutely use your movement, and you can use your dash action. No problem.
Okay. So I'd like to move past. Is this Phoebe next to me?
Yeah, that's Phoebe right next to you.
I'd like to move past Phoebe, hop over the Y,
Mm-hmm.
onto the M, next to Jarina, and then my next movement would be to the A.
To the A? Okay. All right. So first thing I'll need you to do is roll either an athletics or acrobatics check to jump over the Y.
Athletics or acrobatics?
Yeah. You can pick one.
I'll take athletics minus +7.
Okay. So what'd you get?
23. The digital dice are good to me tonight.
Nice. All right. Yeah. So without an issue, you hop over, scooting past the little cat that is on the M. It's gonna be a tight squeeze past Jarina, and you land on the A. As you land on the A, nothing happens.
Would I be able to use my dash from here, or did I use everything?
Let's see. You're 5, 10, 30. No, you have 30 more feet. So what would you like to do from here? Where would you like to go with your movement, I mean?
I'd like to go to the G to get closer to the wall.
Okay.
And, onto the G, hop over the N, onto the E to get towards the doorway.
Okay. So, So here's the thing. I need you to make a perception check for me, Leah.
Okay.
And I know this is a little difficult, so I just want to reiterate this. So, my players, as I know that you all are literate and can read and very clearly see that there are some names there, your players do not see as clearly as all of you do. There is a layer of dust. The light in here is not great. And so if you are making decisions of where to jump to next based on the words that you as players can see, that is technically metagaming. Okay? So that's why I'm asking you, Leah, to make a perception check, because this is going to determine if you can actually see what you are trying to avoid, because you have to make a decision based on what your character knows, not what you know. Okay. So moving past because moving past Jarina, that's perfectly fine. Like that was that was like a chance. You took a chance. But from here, perception check is going to make the determination. So what did you get? I'm sorry.
16.
16. Okay. So with that, you can see. From where you are currently at, you can see let's see. You can see this word magic right I'm saying right here and right here. And so you currently know and you call out to your party and you let them know, hey, look, the words magic are over here. The other words, just again, that you have already seen, that all of you have already seen, is the word necromancy. Magic over here, backwards. And that's it. Those are the words that you have clearly been able to see thus far.
Okay.
Okay?
So I can move to the G though, right?
So yeah, if you want to move to the G, absolutely.
would I be able to use Lucy to see through her eyes again?
Yeah, Lucy is currently kind of hanging off of your armor, in their bat form. So if you wanted to, actually, no, you wouldn't, because you're using your dash action to move, and to get Lucy to move. Yeah, to do that, I believe. Just gonna double check, but to do that specifically, that would be a bonus. Would be an action. So you can actually direct Lucy to go somewhere. But the actual act of looking through, I'm just going to double check. Yeah, it would be an action. So you can start to direct Lucy to go to a certain place. But to actually kind of stop and start looking through Lucy's eyes would be an action, but you've already taken your dash action, so you can't do that currently.
Okay, I'll just tell Lucy to fly up above and start looking around. And then
Okay.
next turn I'll look through her eyes.
All right. So specifically, where would you like Lucy to go? What direction?
So I'd like her to fly up towards the middle of the room to try to give like a to try to get like a bird's eye view.
Okay. So Lucy just begins to fly. So, just kind of flies and hovers over this area, and then slowly begins to ascend. And yeah, I think that's your turn.
Okay.
Alrighty. So next up is, let's see, Rowan.
I'm just gonna follow Leah.
Okay. So you use your movement, and so you're going to go to the M. Okay, so you can move yourself over to the M. Once you get to the M, are you going to do anything else? Because that's just your movement. You have actions and bonus actions you can take.
I would like for her to leap onto the M that is directly in front of the doorway.
From the M behind Leah?
Can I be on the same square as Leah since I'm tiny?
Well, you can move past her as long as you don't end on her tile. So you said, see, as a cat you have 40 speed, right? So that would be 5,
Yeah.
10, 15, 20. Yeah, so you can move past her, but once you get onto her tile, where are you going? What tile are you going to next?
Let's see. Can she dash?
Well, you have when you get to Leah, you still have movement, so you wouldn't need to dash.
Okay.
You
So
see what I'm
I'll
saying?
see, but she'll want to dash because even though she's lightweight, she's worried she's going to set off one of these squares.
So what you mean is you don't want to take the dash action, you just kind of want to run past her, is what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
To the letter M and then try to hop into the doorway once I get there.
Okay. So you move, you go onto Jarina's tile, and then you move diagonally onto the M, and then you move onto the tile that Leah is, and then you run past her to the M. As you run past her...
No, wait. No. I would like to go where we're onto Jarina's tile,
Okay.
onto the A, onto Leah's tile, and then dash the rest of the way to the doorway.
Okay. So
I can move her and show you.
yeah, please. Go ahead. Okay.
Like hopscotch.
Okay. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay, so you move into the room from the M.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you run past Leah and make your way onto those tiles and into the room, you successfully make your way into the room. And as you do, the first thing that happens is as you run into this doorway, you immediately get hit in the face with a bunch of cobwebs and just dirt, and it's just like, you're like, pep, just even as your kitty cat, you're just like,
Meow, meow.
and you can, and there does seem to be some light in this area, but it's very, very low. And you can barely make out what looks like some tables. There seems to be some, the light is coming from a very, very, very low lit torch on the wall, but it's very low lit. And that's about all you can make out. Even with your dark vision, the room itself seems oddly obscured, and you start to kind of like figure, oh, it must be like all this cobwebs and dirt. It's like hanging in the air. So it's just kind of obscuring your vision, even with the dark vision that you have. All right, so that's
Cool.
your turn. All right, so that's your turn. All right. So actually, that's just your movement. Do you want to take an action or a bonus action?
I don't know what my kitten can do other than walk around and look around.
Well, I mean, you're a cat, so but that's what I'm saying. It's like you could, as an action, now use the dash action to move further into the room if you wanted to, or if you wanted to do something else.
I would like to try to perceive deeper into the room. So, can I just look around a bit more?
Okay. So I will say, first thing I will say as you do that is I need you to make a stealth check for me.
Okay.
And this exercise, this puzzle right here, out of game, is an excellent exercise in trying to figure out how not to metagame. Okay? This is one of the things that everyone here should be thinking throughout this whole exercise, this whole puzzle scenario, is what do I know and what does my character know? Because those are two very different things. Okay?
Ribbit.
Exactly. That's what you know, Squall.
I rolled a very unnatural 20.
Ah, okay. A very unnatural 20. Excellent. Okay. What is the total of it's just the total is 20? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good to know. All right, so you begin moving about the room, and as you do, you are just the cobwebs are just kind of just clinging to you, and the dirt is getting in your face and your nostrils, and you're kind of doing the kitty coughs and just like and just trying to clear all this away from your face. And yeah, you begin to now see very clearly there are desks here. There seems to be a number of papers and books. You'd have to get closer to see, but from the floor that you're on, you can see the outlines of them, and immediately to your right, you can see another opening that seems to lead into another room. But this room just basically seems to be just filled with tables and books and papers and things of that nature.
So I don't see a dead guy.
You do see a skeleton.
Oh, okay.
Um,
That's a long dead guy. I meant like the guy we're looking for.
Oh no, you do not see a freshly dead new guy. No. You just see a very, very old dead guy, mostly in tatters and rags, but the bones are very, very, like very bleached white and well, not white, but like that bone, ivory color. But yeah, clearly been here for a while.
So it does the dust on the floor look disturbed at all?
As you look down, you seem to be the first creature in this room, at least in this area. As especially the cobwebs are a good indication that they're just kind of like all in your face, and the dust is pretty much every time you walk is just getting kicked up and pushed into your face. But as
it's probably safe to assume he didn't come this way then.
Yeah, it would be safe to assume that. But as you make your way further into the room, oddly, there are less cobwebs. But still, there is still dirt on the ground.
How big?
Well, yeah, it's a ruin.
What was that?
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, what was that, Galen?
What was the room? Like, how big was it?
How big is the room? It is about. But you're not there. You wouldn't know. Trying to. Come on, man. I just talked about metagaming stuff. Come on. Trying to sneak one. You want to sneak one by me? I'm gonna start making my list like I did last. You remember last time we played together? Every time you fucked with the DM added more hit points to things. Yeah, ribbit, man, ribbit. When in doubt, ribbit. All right. So that's Rowan's. That was Rowan's turn. That's a good turn for Rowan. Next up is Squall, the Squall Frog. What would you like to do, Squall?
I'm looking up at. I'm looking up at Galen.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm trying to communicate to him, but I'm a frog, so. But I'm staring at him now, waiting for a response.
I'm seeing how creepy I can make this. Okay.
Ribbit.
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 All right.
And now I'm gonna hop gesture like one square towards back to the board, back to the flooring, but not this time carefully not go. Like I'm looking at him and I'm just hop gesturing in hopes I get some sort of guidance from Galen.
Yeah, so you see this frog just start like it hops next to you, hops back, hops next to you, ribbits, hops back. And it's just like staring right at you, Galen, the whole time. Like creepy staring at you like you're creepy playing the lute.
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. No, it's a good turn. That's a good turn, man. I believe in you. This was a good turn.
Yeah.
All right. Alrighty. So, moving on. Next up is Phoebe. All right. So, Phoebe, you are on one of these squares.
I am going to hop to the letter M where I see the copper coin.
Okay. Make an athletics or acrobatics check, your choice for me, please.
20 not net.
All right. Yeah. Easily enough, you are able to hop to the M. No issues. You can move yourself there if you like.
Okie dokie, give me a moment.
Yep. So, and that's only 10 feet of your movement, so you can still move your full movement wherever you'd like.
I would like to refrain from making an action other than yelling to Leah, "Mark the path with copper."
Okay.
Okay. Are you doing anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right, so that's Phoebe's turn. All right, that brings us to Galen.
I'm just gonna hold on. I'm gonna lean over and just say, "Hey guys, how long does this frog thing last?" Anybody?
Ribbit.
You hear a ribbit in response.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. Fuck's sake, there's 3 of them.
Galen, you believe that it will probably end in ribbit o'clock.
Well, there's really not much he can really add to this, so he's just going to use dancing lights and just help make the path a little bit easier to see.
Okay. Where would you like to put them?
Let's see. Do you want me to use the paint tool?
Just no. Well, you can if you actually show me with the cursor where you would like them, and then
Okay.
and I'll put them up. So that way you don't have to worry about it.
All right. So 1 over the M.
Okay.
Oh, I can barely see that, but okay.
Hold on a second. There we go.
Oh, okay. And then right over here,
Where is right over here?
the A diagonal from Jurina on her left.
What is the range on dancing lights? Because that's gonna
112 feet.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Or 120, sorry.
All right. So you said the A like right here. Yeah, okay.
Right where my cursor is.
Gotcha.
And then all the way to the end right here. Because it looks like everyone's going there, so I'll put it right on the M.
Okay. So we'll put that right there on the M. Okay. So you got those dancing lights up. It has lit up those areas fairly well. What that actually will do is actually decrease the DC in those areas to perceive some of those letters, which is going to be good for you in the long run. All right, and you still have some movement, Galen. If you wanna start moving anywhere.
I'm gonna wait for this other frog to move, and then once I see that there's a little bit more of a path, I'm gonna start moving. So,
Okay.
I think I'm good for now.
Okay. You can see the glitter of the copper coins on those specific tiles, especially after you put up your dancing lights, especially the one near the N. So, okay. So that is Galen's turn. Sora, what would you like to do? It is now your turn.
Ribbit. Ribbit.
Mm-hmm.
And stop.
Okay. I would like for you. I would like for you to make an intelligence check for me, please, Sora.
I got a 16.
As your frog?
It's what, 2 minus.
It is -4 to whatever you roll.
Okay, so I got a 12.
Okay. So, all right. So yeah. So you just hop, hop, and when the lights went up, the copper coins caught the glitter. It began to glitter from the light that caught them. Just for a moment, they looked like fireflies, and you almost you instinctually went to go after them, and then quickly saw that no, they were stationary. They weren't moving. Okay, and then you just hop to the next one. All right. So that is Sara's turn. Jarina, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I am how many tiles in front of me can I see?
Make a perception check for me, please. And because there is a dancing light near you, as I said, the DC has decreased.
13.
13. All right. You actually, I'm sorry, it is not perception. It is going to be Arcana.
Same roll, 13.
13. Okay. You are able to see that. Let me see. You can see here the word evocation is on these tiles right here.
Okay.
Right.
I turn around and tell Phoebe, evocation is all the way to the left, reaching to the other wall. And then I'm going to move up to the A, put down a copper piece.
Alrighty. Put down a copper piece. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Okay, copper piece.
And then I'm going to take my staff and poke at this M over here.
Okay. So I'm just seeing where you're at. Okay. Actually, Leah already pointed out the word magic there to you.
Oh, okay. Got it. Then I am going to I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
All right. Sure. No problem. All right. Next up is Leah. Leah, what would you like to do?
I'd like to connect with Lucy so that we can see what's going on above us. Or do we already know that we can jump over the end?
You don't know that yet. So you would like to instruct Lucy to keep going up, and then you're going to, as an action, go into Lucy.
Yes.
Okay. So Lucy flies up as a bat, is able to fly 30 feet up. The ceiling itself is not that high, so Lucy is able to actually get all the way up to the ceiling. It seems to be maybe about 15 to 20 feet high. And as they do, your eyes glaze over, and you are now able to see through Lucy's eyes as a bat. I need you to make a perception check, and this is going to be with the bat's perception, and they have blind sight, but they don't. Yeah, so they have blind sight, which might help you in this. So
Where would I have no idea where to find the bat's perception.
all right, so the bat's perception, whatever you roll, you are going to add the wisdom of the bat, which is a +1.
So I don't roll my perception.
No, you're looking through Lucy's eyes, so it's Lucy's perception that you have to look through. And currently Lucy's a bat, so.
Okay, so I did the digital dice, rolled a 5, and you said +1?
Mm-hmm.
6.
Okay. So unfortunately, the lights that were added to the area have actually made it a little more difficult. You start to look down through Lucy's eyes, and the lights actually make the dirt and dust over some of these tiles. It almost reflects off of the dust slightly, obscuring the letters. You can see that there are still letters all over the floor, but you can't make out exactly what the letters are, unfortunately. But you can see that some of the dirt and dust has been disturbed, moving towards the far middle doorway. So,
Okay.
so essentially, around this area, you can see that there has been some dirt that has been disturbed. But that's about all you can see.
Now, how did Rowan get in there?
She
Into the
ran
doorway?
she ran right by you, over the tiles in front of you, and then turned into the doorway.
Okay.
So what would you? So that was your action to look through Lucy's eyes. Your bonus action to instruct them to keep flying upwards. So you still have movement. What would you like to do?
Well, I really don't want to step on that end. That's for sure. But
Yeah. Oh wait. So Lauren doesn't want to step on that end.
oh no, Lauren
Leah doesn't know what that end could possibly do.
exactly.
Right. So.
And Lauren also knows Leah's not stupid.
Right.
So.
No, absolutely.
Well, there's no way to determine if the end is safe or not, right?
I will say this. Roll a d6 for me. And on a 1 to 3, you step on it. 4 to 6, you don't.
I rolled a 5.
All right, so you don't step on it.
I can go over it then?
If you want to, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. All right, so you jump over it. And as you jump over the end, and you land on the E, nothing happens. Can't hear you.
Oh, I need to put a copper down on the E.
Okay, so you can put a copper down on the E. Make sure as you're putting down your coppers that you definitely are marking them off of your currency. It's too big. No, stop making big coppers. There. Okay, there we go. That's good enough. Alrighty. Okay. So you still have movement. Actually, I'm sorry. I need you to have rolled an acrobatics or athletics check to jump over the N, just to make sure that you can.
The digital dice rolled cocked and it's not giving me a number.
Okay, so roll again.
Alright, 16 plus 7 is 22.
Yeah, you without an issue. Yeah, you jumped over. You still have movement.
And we do know that the M is clear because Rowan jumped on it, right?
Well, she didn't jump on it. She just ran right by you on all of those letters. The N, the E, the M, and then as soon as she got to the M, she turned into the room.
Okay, can I just go right into the room then?
Okay, so you step on the M, and you turn into the room.
Yeah.
As you do, nothing happens. You do see that there is some dust that is being kicked up. You can see some cobwebs just kind of hanging from the ceiling, but you don't see. The room is very low lit. Pretty much everything that Leah has seen, you really don't see anything different. You do some tables, some what looks like the outlines of some books and some papers, that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stay in there with Rowan then.
Okay, so you can
Rowan
you can put yourself where Rowan is currently.
May I call Lucy to me as well, or would that be another bonus?
You could do that next turn if you like.
Sure.
Meow.
Okay. Alrighty. So it's Leah's turn.
There should be a copper on the G, because when the Phoebe yelled to me, I said okay, and to put a copper on the G.
Okay. All right. I'll make sure to do that. Okay. Copper on the G. Alrighty. So next up is Rowan. What I'm going to from this point on, because now we have two people in that room. You are no longer on the initiative for what's happening here on the board. And so we're going to hold off for a moment, just for a moment, while you're in that room, try and get people through the rest of this. Unless there's something very specific that you would like to do while you're in this room.
There is actually. I wanted to investigate the body and see if there are any identifying jewelry or marks or anything that identified the body.
Okay. Make an investigation check on the skeleton, please.
$16.
16. As you kind of walk up to this skeleton, and you just kind of inspect it, you can see the tattered clothing that it's wearing that is practically almost gone. Seems very very poorly made. In fact, the what looks like are possibly like pants or breeches seem to be made like either like out of a burlap or just very very coarse, harsh, but very degraded material. What's left of possibly a shirt is equally rough and poorly made, hanging off of the skeleton. The skeleton itself doesn't have any like identifying marks or jewelry or necklaces or anything that would help. It's not wearing boots or shoes of any kind. but you can definitely see like they are absolutely like there is no trace of meat or muscle or blood. This skeleton has been there for some time. In fact, as you are trying to kind of like kind of sniff around and you kind of like push like the leg, just slight the foot with your paw. Some of some of the toes actually literally break off at the slightest movement and begin to actually, as they hit the ground, just almost turn to dust. Like it's just like a very fragile, very old skeleton. Um, and that's pretty much all you can make out from it.
So probably not the fancy, scary wizard.
Well, you don't know. But chances are, probably not. You probably need to know a little more about the scary wizard. But chances are, unless he was probably incognito or something, probably not him. Alrighty, so all right, so Rowan's in there. Leah's in there. Next up is Squall. Squall. As you're kind of like waiting around and just kind of like ribbit, ribbit. All of a sudden, you change back into yourself.
Oh, finally. That.
I thought
The
Galen was going to
ribbon.
have to kiss you.
Is he squatted, like on the ground?
No, you just watched him just like, and just he is just standing there. It was almost like his flesh and his and all of his everything he's wearing, all his gear, just kind of like almost became like almost amorphous blob, and then became a form, and then solidified.
What a riveting experience.
Oh!
Galen, have we made any progress in this? And I'm gonna move myself up, and I'm just gonna like peek in, and like stick my head in there, and I'm gonna yell it, "Any progress?" And
All right.
see if can I hear anything.
All right. Well, you push Galen out of the way. There's only enough room for one person at a time in that area, so you literally just push Galen out of the way. Unless Galen, you want to contest that, because then I'll have a roll. We'll have a roll off.
I'm just gonna step out of his way.
Okay.
Because he has just seen a frog turn into a blob, turn into a squall. He's very confused, but he doesn't want to think about it.
Are you still creepy playing your lute?
I think at that point I just stopped because he's no longer a frog, and he was afraid that Squall was going to eat him.
All right, fair enough.
That's why he kept playing.
Okay.
Does anybody answer my call?
Does anybody answer Squall?
Yeah, they made progress. Look at the floor. Look at the shinies.
Floor shinies. Thank you, Galen.
Yeah, and you can see the copper pieces now, just kind of on some of the tiles.
Okay, perfect, great. And I'm going to not step on the end by, and just stretch around a little bit there and start from the eye and follow the coins.
Okay. Yeah, you can go diagonally onto the eye. That's not an issue. So that's at that point it's you're at 15 feet movement.
Okay.
All right. So but you can use your movement, and if you want to move more than that, you can use your dash action.
5, 10, 15. So there's another 15 on the M.
Yep.
And
there is another giant frog in front of you.
Okay, so then I'm gonna stay right here.
Okay.
Because I can't immediately see any more. I see the gold coin underneath the frog, or the coin there. But now I'm looking around still, and I see where some of the others are. And I'm just like, I'm still not sure I'm ready to crowd space just yet. So
Okay.
Yeah.
No issues. All right. So that was Squall's turn. Next up is Phoebe. Phoebe, what would you like to do?
I am going to move to the G in front of me.
Okay. That's
And
5 feet
that's
of your
it.
movement. That's just 5 feet of your movement. You have more. You can use your whole movement. You can move past people. You can use your action to do other things. You have bonus actions. What else would you like to do? Or are you just adamant you're just going 5 feet and that's it?
I want to take it slow so I don't wind up hurting someone in my at my expense.
Okay. No problem. All right. So that was Phoebe's turn. Galen, it is now your turn. You are in this hallway by yourself.
Yep.
As you move, the eye turns and just shines that blue beam on you as it's just staring at you with its one eye.
So, come here often. I tell to the eye.
It just continues to glare at you, and make a quick perception check for me, please.
Damn, that's a 24.
24. You can see that the eye is slightly vibrating, and there are these little electric sparks that occasionally just they're there for a moment and then disappear. But it's staring at you, and as you talk to it, it's like shaking, and it's in place. Again, it's not moving from its location, it's stationary, but it's just vibrating just ever so slightly.
All right, I'll leave. And I start going through the trail, and I'm going to be right behind Squall.
Okay. So once you hit the eye, you'll be at 15 feet. 15 feet of your movement. So.
Okay.
Okay. So you're just gonna wait right there?
Yeah, I'll wait for the line of people/frog to move.
Okay. Alrighty. So that is Galen's turn. It is now Sarah's turn. Sarah, what would you like to do?
I am going to sit here.
All right. I need you to make another intelligence check for me, Sarah. Again, using the frog's stats. So whatever you roll, -4.
14.
That's pretty damn good. Especially for a frog, a giant frog. So you're kind of like standing, you're kind of there, and you're a little frozen, because you know who you are, but you also know you're a frog, and those two things don't jive with you at the same time, and you're a little frightened. And you see all of these people, and you know that you know them. And you watch what they're doing, and you see every time they're putting down these coins, and somewhere inside your head, something tells you, follow the coins. And that is the thought that you have currently as your giant frog while you're standing there. So at that point, you now know that you should follow the coins, but you decide to kind of stay in place just to be safe in the moment, because you still need a moment to compose yourself. Yes, sir.
When I transformed, what happened to my staff and book and everything else?
It all went with you. It all transformed with
Okay,
you.
I just wanted to make sure my staff didn't drop or anything.
Oh yeah, no, just so everybody's aware, much like Rowan's wild shape, where you've actually seen her transform into these animals, and her clothes and all her staff and all of that just seems to kind of like meld into that shape. The same thing happened to you and to Squall. So okay, so that is your turn, Sora. All right, so this is what I'm going to say for the sake of time, um, and the sake of moving things forward. Unless anyone wants to do something different, you all are able, because of the markings that you've currently done, you are all able to make your way safely into that doorway that you saw Leah and Rowan uh, make their way into. Again, unless you want to do something different. If you decide to come back into this room and go through the floor in a way that you have not gone previously, that is going to entail everything that we just went through again. But currently, if you all want to make your way into that same room, then we can move this forward, and you can do that. And because, Sora, you rolled so high on your intelligence check, you know that you should follow exactly what everybody's doing, and you are able to follow them unless you don't want to. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So, Jarina.
What I want to do is when I get to the M in front of the doorway, I'm gonna ask Rowan and Leah if there's an opening in that room.
Okay.
That's
Uh,
going to determine my next moves.
okay. And
Meow.
and yeah, so you hear a meow from Rowan. But both Rowan and Leah, something I forgot to actually tell you is that not only is there a doorway to the right of you, like up a little further and to the right, there is also one almost immediately to the left that is just kind of almost identical to where the one on the right is. So there is a room, there are tables in the room, doorway on the left, doorway on the right.
Okay. I'm gonna leave a copper piece on that M because there wasn't one left on there, and I'm just gonna go into the room.
Okay. No problem. So, unless anyone has any objections, speak now or forever hold your peace. We're gonna move right into that room. We're gonna change maps and go right into that room. Okay? Excellent.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I have one more thing. I'm sorry.
Yes.
As I'm jumping from the G to the E, can I perceive if I see any words around me or the arcana, whatever it is?
I will say when you're on the G, roll a perception check for me.
Perception or arcana?
Actually, it will be Arcana. Thank you.
That's a 16.
Okay, 16. You are able to see from where you are standing the word abjuration.
And I relay that to everybody.
Okay. And then you move into the room. Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty, so let's change out the map so you can all see what's going on. Right? So currently, before you move yourselves, hold on one second. I'm gonna open up the room so you can actually see where you need to place yourselves.
Am I not a frog anymore?
Oh no, you're still a frog.
Okay.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Almost there. Alrighty, so you have all made your way into this room. Rowan's not the doggy anymore. Rena, Maya, Galen, Squall, Phoebe, and Sora is still a froggy. We'll say that here. 1, 2, 3, and yeah, Rowan is actually she's still a kitty cat. So he's right there. All right, and the actual skeleton that you saw there is right here, so you would be right there. Alrighty. Is that cool for everybody? Everybody sees that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have a picture.
You might have to refresh your browser. Let me know when you can see it.
I still got nothing.
You don't see anything?
It's just the gray background.
You might have to zoom out because you were so zoomed in from the other map. So remember, that's with the hand.
Yeah, it's not doing anything. I'm gonna try closing it completely.
Okay. Yeah, it'll still be the same link I sent you earlier. So we'll wait for Leah to get all set, but yeah, as you all enter the room, there are cobwebs. There's dust kicked up everywhere. You can see some tables with some papers, some what look like books. Just a few, but they're just kind of spread everywhere. There does look like to be at least 4 or 5 bookcases, but there just seems to be piles of dust and ash on the shelves of these bookcases.
So no books on the bookcases?
You'd have to go to the bookcases and inspect each one to find out.
The cat will do so.
Okay, so as you move forward to the bookcase closest to you, you can only see onto the first shelf, and it just seems to be a bunch of dust. You'd have to climb up to find to see the higher shelves if you wish.
I think Rowan's just going to turn back into Rowan now.
Okay. All right. You watch Rowan turn back into herself. And anybody who wants to do any kind of inspecting or investigations or anything like that, you'll need to roll me an investigation check, but tell me specifically what you're looking for. So Rowan,
As Rowan,
yeah.
as Rowan is looking for books, she absentmindedly licks her wrist, and she's rubbing the dust off of her forehead and behind her ears.
Okay. Leah.
I would like to check the room for more traps.
Okay. Anybody else want to check anything else?
I'd like to check around the room for any types of any parts of the walls that may stand out in a weird way. Any particular notches or crevices that may reveal themselves to be some sort of levers, buttons, or any type of other mechanism.
Okay. So anybody else?
I am going to sit where I'm at, Rivet, until, I don't know, something happens.
Okay.
Galen would like to look at go to like the desks and see if any of the paper is legible, and if it is legible, see if he can actually read it.
Okay. All right. So Rowan, Galen, Leah, Squall. Please make me investigation checks.
I missed nothing.
An investigation check. All right. So hold on to those numbers. All right. So there it is. Make sure I have appropriate music for this. All right. So, Rowan, what did you get in your inspection of the bookcases?
16.
16. So as you go to bookcase, most of the shelves just seem there's just piles of ash. And you're like really curious. Is like, okay, it's weird because you've seen what happens to the effects of old books, right? Sometimes, yeah, they do disintegrate, but they don't make a dark ash. And you inspect further, and all of the shelves seem to have the same ash on the shelves. And as you inspect closer, you can see evidence of burn marks on each of the shelves, which leads you to the conclusion that it seems like anything that was on these shelves were burned to ash. However, the shelves themselves, while scorched and have markings of fire damage, seem mostly intact. So it's pretty odd.
I announce all of this out loud to the group.
Okay. All right.
And I tell them how odd it is.
Okay. Leah, what did you get for your trap check?
17.
17. Okay. You begin to go through the motions of looking around the room, even stopping Rowan as she kind of gets closer to the bookcases until you make sure that everything's okay. And it's right around the skeleton where you actually see what looks like the remnants of a tripped trap. No longer active, and you kind of trace it slightly to where, and it looks like there's some scorch marks, like almost leading very, very specifically to each one of the bookcases from the location of where the skeleton is, and there seems to be this huge scorch mark right underneath the skeleton. But outside of that, there doesn't seem to be any other traps. This seems to be the only trap that was in this room that you could find. And the impression that you're getting is that whoever this was tripped a trap, was immediately hit with a lot of fire, but the trap also did something to the bookcases. And then when Rowan tells everybody in the room what she finds in the bookcases, it absolutely makes sense.
Okay. Can I relay all of this back to everybody so that they use a little extra caution while moving around the room, because there always might be something I didn't see?
Sure, absolutely. All right, Squall.
So he triggered a self-destruct.
I'd like to make it very clear that I am like in the room, like really investigating these, like the walls and the makings of this room, really trying. Physically, you could see it in my face, but succeeding. Well, I rolled a 6. I'm really putting in the effort, you know.
Yeah.
Like I'm really.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you all watch Squall. Squall is like, you know, he stays still for a moment. He lets Leah do her thing. He listens very intently to everything Leah tells the group, and then Rowan inspects the bookcases. She tells everybody, and armed with that information, Squall, you begin just very carefully, just looking at the walls, touching nothing, but just inspecting as hard as you can, observing, if you will, with this intensity that you have never seen Squall display ever in the short time that you've known him. And as he continues to look around, Squall, you see again, just there's papers, but you're not looking for that. There's got to be something secret. There's got to be something in here, and you just look around, and you keep looking around, and you feel very confident that if there was something in this room, whether it be trapped, whether it be a secret corridor or secret anything, you would have been able to find it. But unfortunately, that you don't find anything. But you are so confident that there is nothing secret in this room. Mm-hmm. The one thing you do see, is, and you know for absolutely for sure, is the door let's see, the door in this over here, right here. As you pass that door and are looking around, you can see light flickering from under the doorway. But the door itself is closed. It's a wooden door. It's got some iron bars across it. The iron bars just keep the door together. They're not keeping the door closed. But it is closed, and you can see some light. The opposite doorway up here, there is no door, but there is this heavy cobweb, just very, very thick. It's so thick, you can't actually see through the doorway itself. But you're absolutely sure that there is no door there. It is just cobwebs and webbing that is just making it just difficult to see through. But outside of that, there's nothing secret in this room. 100% sure.
All right.
Do you relay any of the things that you found to the group?
Yes, I relay with utter confidence that I have found nothing out of the ordinary in this room. But it seems like there's more rooms up ahead.
Excellent. All right. Galen, what did you get for your investigation check?
5. I can't read the papers.
Well, you go up to the papers and you go, ooh, papers, and you put your hand on a pile of papers, and they immediately turn to dust. And so you're like, whoa, there was definitely writing on the top paper, but oh shit, damn, maybe I should be more careful. You think to yourself, and you move across to the back tables, over in this area, and you can see that they're unlike the papers that you just turned to dust. There is one scroll there's like a piece of parchment that seems newer than the others. There is a book that seems mostly intact sitting next to it. And then there's a bunch of papers and what looks like fur, like little tuft of fur, and like chips of stone or some kind, like sitting next to it on the opposite side.
Are they on top or resting on top of any delicate pieces of paper, or are they in like empty areas of the table?
Well, the scroll, the like the newer looking scroll, the less damaged one, that one looks like it's mostly like it's free. Like you can see the writing on it. You just have to get closer to kind of get the to actually read what's on it, and it's not obscured or anything. The like bits, the chips of stone and the little bit of fur is off to the left of that, off to the right of it, and then the book is to the right of that.
All right. I'm gonna look at the newer scroll.
Okay. You find this old piece of paper bearing a list of what looks like spells and components. Random letters are also scratched quickly on the paper between the two lists. Everything is in common. And then a message at the top of the page says, "Read untouched to gain new spells." Do you share your findings with the group?
For a second, I look for Sora, and then I see the frog, and I'm like, oh. So then I just roll the scroll up and give it to Rowan.
Okay. So as you touch the scroll, nothing happens. You roll it up and you hand it to Rowan.
And I tell her about the book, and I want to see what's inside of it. There's one. Yes, Ooh. Yes. And I take her to the book.
Okay.
That's a book.
So
That is indeed a book.
Yeah, Rowan, make a. I will say make a perception check for me, please.
$21.
Yeah, you see the book. The book itself looks ancient. The leather, if it's leather, seems very, very dry, very cracked. But at one time, looks like it was well taken care of, but also made of a very, very expensive type of leather. But without actually like picking it up and taking a look, you won't know more.
Can I sense? Well, oh geez, I can't do detect magic, can I?
Do you have that spell?
I don't think I do, but I can check.
Okay, yeah. If you have it, you can cast it, but you just have to have it.
I know these old grimoires are probably trapped. I'm worried about touching it, worried about crumbling it under my hands.
Okay. And Galen did also pass that scroll over to you.
Mm. I tuck it into my bag for later.
Okay.
And then I go closer to the big book and examine it without touching it.
Without touching it. Okay. Well, you've learned everything you can without actually touching it. You'd have to inspect it. You'd have to pick it up. You'd have to open it. You'd have to, interact with it.
Hey, Rowan.
What?
Hey, Rowan. Are books trapped?
Sometimes.
Oh.
Especially if they belong to wizards, and it looks like those books were definitely trapped. The ones that went up in flames over there.
Oh.
So we want to be extra careful. So I'm starting to look around now for anything leading to this book, like little wires or odd little things.
Okay, make an investigation check for me.
$16 again.
16. You take a look everywhere around on the desk next to it, next to the book. You find nothing that would indicate any kind of trap or anything similar to what you've seen so far.
I reach into my pocket and take out 2 handkerchiefs, put one in each hand, and gently open the book with a handkerchief in my hand.
Okay. Very gently, you begin to open up the book. Make a dexterity check for me, please.
$17.
17. Very carefully, you begin to open the book. And as you do, thankfully, you with practiced hands, you delicately open the cover. And as you do on the very first page, which looks ancient, you see the crinkled parchment with red lettering written across it. What languages do you speak?
I speak Sylvan. I speak, what is that, Undercommon?
Mm-hmm.
And I speak Common.
Okay. You do not understand the words in front of you.
Well, I wish Sora wasn't a frog right now. I'm sure she would know what this is saying. But
Ribbit.
let's,
I walk over to her and look over her shoulder. Do I know what it is?
What languages do you speak?
I speak Celestial, Common, Elvish, and Sylvan.
You have no idea what this says. You can both see that the lettering, whatever ink was used, was like a dark maroon color. But you have no idea what this says.
Can I lift the book? Is it heavy?
Oh, you begin to lift the book. It's not very large. It's about the size of, I want to say, probably like a good hardcover novel. And you begin to slowly turn the pages. And as you do, every turn, you can see just a bit, not a lot, because you are practiced at this, Rowan. You can see like some of the pages just the edges begin to dust ever so slightly, indicating that if you were much rougher with this, it would definitely begin to just deteriorate and just turn to dust almost immediately. But you can see that the very last page of this is actually much more intact than the rest of the pages, as in the sense that this page probably would not disintegrate upon any rougher movements. but you all can't. Between the two of you, you cannot read this language.
Okay, I'm going to gently close it, and I'm going to take a blanket and wrap it gently in the blanket, and then put it in my pack.
Okay. And by the way, the rest of you did see Galen just hand a scroll over to Rowan. Sara, it is about this time that you are no longer a froggy and become more yourself.
Oh, thank the gods. That was very strange and disconcerting.
Yeah, thank the gods indeed. We are in a wizard's, you know, library, and our wizard was a frog. So we found some interesting books and a scroll, and we're gonna keep looking. But Sora, we're gonna need your expertise, okay?
Can you read the book that you're holding?
No, I can't. I was just gonna put it away and give it to the wizard when we were done here.
Well, I can cast, just one second.
Well, do you take it out and show it to her, Rowan?
Yeah, gently, and I put it back on the desk where we found it.
Okay.
I
As
cast Comprehend Languages as a ritual.
hold on, Sora.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Just think like a wizard. Okay. You probably want to see it first to see if you can actually read the language before you cast any magic. And as Rowan opens the book and you see the very first page, you can absolutely read this. This is Draconic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So I relay that to everybody. So this is written in Draconic, and if you allow me to just peruse it for a bit, I will let you know what it says.
All right.
Be extremely careful. The edges are beginning to disintegrate. I hand her my handkerchief.
Okay. So as you begin to turn through this book, Sora, I need you to roll a dexterity check for me. And because of the school of wizardry you belong to, you get to do so with advantage.
18.
18. Very carefully. And Rowan, you watch as she is even more delicate in the turning of the pages than you were. And you are very impressed. Like you've not seen this for some time. And Sora, it takes you some time, but you begin to slowly put it together. A lot of the words have begun to run and become unintelligible. But a couple of things you actually notice. The title page says "The Thoughts of Zilray the Scary." And as you begin to go through it, and again, a lot of it is even though you can read Draconic, a lot of it seems to be older Draconic, and a lot of the words are just because of time and age of this book the ink is obscured. You get the impression that this is or was a journal of this wizard. And the very last page, you actually see, you read it without issue. Like this last page, it seems to have been slightly more protected than the other pages. And as you look, there seems to be like this very strange, like for lack of a better term, like a plastic coating, like a sheet that was in between these pages. It seems to have been caught in there as like not part of the book, and that seems to have been what protected that last page. And as you look through the last page, I am going to bring up what you see. although I am showing it to all of my players, only Sarah can read this, and only she knows this unless she has decided to share this with everybody. So, and if you like, I can read it as Zilray the Scary, if you want.
Sure.
All right.
Yes, please.
All right, so.
And that is no longer a concern of mine. The monarchy has been happy to allow me to continue my experiments, as long as I keep my word to no longer utilize the populace as test subjects. I've kept to the letter of that promise. Yet there have been many who are willing to volunteer for the promise of money or power. I've been able to utilize my hoard for the initial interviews, but thankfully haven't had the need to expend any of it. Besides, they are foolish if they believe that Dwendal will not be making his way here soon enough with his army of power-hungry fools. Thankfully, I'm nearly finished with the portal and will be making my way through within the week. My imp familiar was more helpful in the construction than it initially was. I will stay in the Hells no longer than necessary. Once the conflict with Dwendal is over, I shall return and renegotiate my stay with whomever is the victor. Foolish mortals.
Do I recognize the name Dwendal?
You actually are in the Dwendalian Empire.
Okay.
So the name does sound very familiar.
Yeah, I share the information with everybody.
So, is he a demon or is he a dragon?
He's probably a dragon.
No wonder he was called the Scary.
Yes, indeed. And most dragons are without scruples, so...
So, would he
Sora, we found the
the
scroll as well.
I gingerly take the scroll from Rowan. I unroll it just as gently. Should I do Dex again?
Okay. No, this scroll, unlike everything else in here, is again seems to be more intact, and you see more of that like clear sheeting. That's actually part of this parchment. And as you open it up, you see what looks like a list of spells and components. There's random letters that are scratched quickly on the paper between the two lists, and the message atop that says, "Read untouched to gain new spells."
It's definitely a riddle. DM, what would I roll to attempt to decipher the riddle? Wisdom or int?
Let's see. Well, let me bring up the list for you, so you can see it.
Can I make a suggestion? Or did she not read it out loud?
I don't know. Sora, did you read it out loud?
I have not yet. I want to decipher. My brain starts to work to decipher the riddle.
Okay. Make an Arcana check for me, please.
$17.
17. You see immediately at least 3 of these things. It's weird. 3 of these they're not in the right order. So you look at mage armor and you realize Oh no, mage armor. Uh, the component for that is cured leather. Not iron. Like, see, iron is right next to mage armor. That's not right.
Right. So it's like a puzzle.
Cured armor is for mage armor, and then you keep looking down, and you go, yeah, and shatter. The spell shatter is what is it? What is it? Oh, it's mica. It's not gold dust. It's mica, which is further down on the list as well. And then you look further down and go, oh, wait a minute. I remember hold person. That's iron. That's higher up on the list. And you realize those three, what the components are for those specific spells, and you realize that they are not in the same. They're not in the right order, on the opposite side of these spells.
I tell Rowan, I said, this looks like almost like a puzzle, to match the right component to the specific spell, but I'm not quite sure yet, and I do not want to make a mistake with this. This is very valuable to me.
What does the top say?
It says, read untouched to gain new spells.
And Rowan, you can see it. It's in common. All of this is in common, so you can see that too.
Maybe you have to hold it with your mage hand.
Which I do not have memorized at the moment.
We don't have to do it now. I mean, we're still looking for the apprentice. We can work on our puzzles later.
Mm-hmm. I rolled it up and I stow it in my pack for safekeeping.
All right. Jarina?
The journal entry Sora read out to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to deduce some things that were said. The imp familiar, I want to Leia, what is Lucy exactly?
Lucy's a familiar. She's a closet.
I've never met an imp, but would you say that it's imp-like?
I don't know what an imp is either. She seems a little more talented than an imp.
How did you get her without being a mage yourself?
She was a gift.
From whom?
From a friend.
What's your friend's name? Is it something this scary?
No, if it was, I would have said something.
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check, Jarina.
I rolled a 12.
12. I will say roll a d20 for me, Leah, and tell me what you get.
19.
19? Yeah, you believe her.
I really don't know what Lucy is.
And then the hells. Do you guys, Sora wouldn't know, but remember when we were in the keep and we were with the professor? And she like transformed into that like thing?
Vividly.
Where did she say she was trying to take us?
To hell.
The abyss.
Okay. And Jarina just kind of just sits down and just starts thinking.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah, Galen?
Well, we've been in this room for far too long. He is going to go to the door with the light in it and not open it immediately. He just wants to see if there's some sort of trap or anything on it. while they were reading or whatnot.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me.
Much better. 16.
16. So you inspect the door. It is closed. It is not trapped, and it does not seem to be locked.
All right. Once Dorina finished up her conspiracy theory, I open up the door and see what's inside.
All right. All right. Let me bring the map back up. Alrighty. So as you, it's not doing it. All right. So you go over to the door, and you open it up. And as you open the door, immediately the first thing that you see is that there is some kind of low torchlight. That is in this room. This room is actually much more well lit than the room that you were currently in. You can see some tables, which seem to have additional like papers and books on it, but they seem mostly disintegrated and destroyed. And you don't have to think why they're destroyed when you actually take a look and see that there are these small humanoid red creatures standing on one on the bed in the far corner, the others on these desks, and as you open the door, they all look right at you. They are tiny. They are small. They are winged. They are red-skinned. And they all begin to hiss at you and just bare their fangs, and they all jump up and begin to reach out towards you. And
I close the door.
That is where we're going to take our break. The door is still open. Alrighty, so yeah, that's a good place to take our break. When we come back, we will see what happens next as our intrepid group continue their journey, their classic dungeon delve into this wizard's laboratory, which is now confirmed to be the laboratory of Zilray the Scary. Yeah, we'll see what happens when we come back. This should be fun. We'll see you when we come back. All right, welcome back. We are back, folks. We are going to see all the craziness, but before we actually get into the craziness of Galen opening doors randomly in a wizard's laboratory, first thing I want to acknowledge is we have made our community challenge. The new voice redeem, Lucy, is now redeemable as a voice in my other streams. So if you join me on Friday Night Magic or any of my video game streams, or you will be able to redeem Lucy as a voice, and I will talk as Lucy. It's just going to be awesome. But thank you everybody who contributed to make that challenge happen. I will be continuing to put up community challenges where voices will be redeemed for my other streams. I don't use the voices for my D&D stream because I already used the voice modulator. But in my other streams, I don't necessarily use the D&D voices I use. So those will need to be unlocked consistently if you want to actually hear the D&D voices. But there are some other cool voices. The helium one seems to be one that everybody enjoys very much. But yeah, everybody, thank you everybody who contributed to make that community challenge happen. That was 100K channel points, guys. That's awesome. Good job. And then last but not least, I want to thank Ocelotus, who during our session, the first part of our session, became a Patreon patron at the level 4 sub. Thank you so much, Ocelotus. So that means we have now 6 Patreon patrons. That our sub goals you will see will be updated for next stream. Ocelotus gets added to the list of all of the patrons that we thank every game. But that also means 2 of our patrons, Lady Poopsie and Ocelotus, once a month actually get unfettered access to moi in a private patron-only Discord channel, where we can discuss anything that you guys want me to. So I will, my patrons who have that access, look for the patron message, upcoming message that will actually tell you when I will be doing that each month. And then we can get together in that channel and you can ask me anything you want. I'll do my within reason. All right. So yeah, you get private DM access. I mean, really, who doesn't want that? So my patrons who have that access, please look for those messages when those dates will happen. I'm going to try and make them regular dates so they happen on a regular basis. But real life scheduling has been a little crazy. So, but I will still make that commitment to my patrons who have that access to do them once a month. So just look out for the messages as to when that is. But again, thank you to Ocelotus for becoming our newest patron. Thank you so much. We love that we can do all of the things that we do, and now you're just helping us do more. So thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate it. All right, so moving on, we are now in a situation where I need all of you to roll initiative. All right, so hold on to those numbers momentarily, but get them rolled because
my page is loading, so it'll take a second.
All right. Alrighty. All right. So these are these guys. Alrighty. So, Jarena, what'd you get?
Initiative?
Yes.
Oh, I got a 3.
Okay.
Such a great roll.
Galen?
Proactive.
15.
15. Leah?
20, not natural.
All right. Squall?
12.
Rowan?
15.
Phoebe?
24.
24. Sarah?
21.
21. Ooh. Alrighty. So, top of the round. So, the rest of you, just to put it in context for all of you, you see Galen going over to the door. He looks it over, inspects it once, inspects it twice, nods his head, comes to some sort of conclusion, and then just opens the door. And as he opens the door, you hear a number of hisses and voices in languages that none of you, I believe, speak. Do any of you speak Infernal? All right, yeah, so you do not understand the voices, but you hear the hissing, and you hear... yes, Leah.
Does Lucy speak Infernal?
What do his stats say?
They say
What was that?
I said, language is abyssal and common.
Yeah, so he does not speak Infernal.
Okay.
All right, so, let's see. All right, so top of the round, is going to be Phoebe. What you doing, Phoebe?
I'm going to move to the doorway and I'm going to draw my bow.
Okay. So go ahead and move yourself. Okay, so Galen is in the doorway, so you can't take up the same square that he's in. And that's Rowan. Rowan's there in that square. There you go.
I'm going to hold my action.
And what action are you holding?
If I see one of these thingies in the doorway, or if Galen moves out of the way, I'll fire my arrow at one of them.
Okay.
As soon as I get line of fire, I'll fire my arrow.
Okay. As soon as you see a creature in your line of sight, you will take a shot.
Yes.
All right. No problem. Okay. So holding your action to do that. Excellent. Sora, it is now your turn.
All right. I am going to just use some of my movement. And I'm going to hold my action until I see what exactly is going on in the room.
What action are you holding?
I will cast Magic Missile if I hit.
If you see something.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Phoebe and Sora are holding their actions. Okay, making a note. And so now, Leah, it is now your turn.
So we see 4 of these creatures, and that's it.
You actually don't see them yet. They are still in the room. Okay. But you heard the hissing, you heard the strange language as Galen opened up the door.
Okay. I would like to hide behind something but still have line of sight through the door. And I would like to hold my action of uh, crossbow if one of them attacks.
Okay. You could probably, if you'd like, you could probably hide behind like this table over here. So you can move yourself over there, and then I would need you to roll a stealth check for me.
Okay. Somebody has to move me though, because I can't. I don't have the map. I've been watching it on Twitch.
Okay, I'll move you. I'll move you. That's no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. So you move over. Stealth check, please.
Stealth was 19.
19. Okay. Alrighty. You feel pretty well hidden. You kind of kneel down. You're kind of in the shadow, right underneath the table. Feel pretty well hidden. All right. And so you're holding your crossbow action. All right. It is now the creature's turns. The first thing they see, now that the door is flung wide open, is Galen. So they are just going to do their best to just rip his face apart. So this one goes here, flies over there. This one flies here. One flies here. And then this one flies over here. So as one of this creature right here does get in the doorway and is now in melee with Galen, Sora, Leah, and Phoebe, you can take your reactions. We will go in order of the initiative. So Phoebe, you see it first. You can take your reaction shot. What'd you get?
21 not nat.
Okay, that hits. Roll damage.
$13 damage.
You sure? 13 damage.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. So as you release your arrow, you watch as this little creature, and now you get a pretty good picture of it, a pretty good view of it. And Galen, you got a really good view of it because it's flying at your face. It is maybe about 1.5 feet high, tall. It has red, leathery, like deep red maroon leathery wings. They look kind of tattered and ripped at the edges, but definitely it's keeping it aloft. It has a very long tail. And these fangs and claws just coming right at you. And as it gets right at your face, Galen, an arrow just hits it right in the head, and it just falls to the ground, unmoving. Which means that Sarah and Leah, you still have reactions, which you don't have to take because they've already been used. The creature's already been killed.
Right, so I'm just going to keep holding.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right, so this one is off the map, so we put it there. Alrighty. So that is their turn. They moved. Actually, once that one is dead, actually, point of order. What kind of bow are you using, Phoebe?
A longbow.
A longbow. It is. Is it magical in any way?
No.
No.
At least I don't think so.
All right. So the creature falls to the ground, but then immediately flies back up into your face, Galen. Arrow still kind of sticking out of it like the side of its face. It's pretty horrifying watching this thing. It still looks like it wants to just tear your face off. And it is still up. And it is going to roll to attack you.
Wait, isn't that other people's reactions back up or no?
That is true. So, all right. So the next one in line would be Sora. So you watch this thing fall to the ground and then get up. You said you were going to cast Magic Missile?
Yeah, I have to roll to hit.
Well, no. That's an automatic hit.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm
You
sorry.
have to roll
I'm
damage.
out of it today. Sorry.
No worries. You just have to roll damage.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
So when I use the digital die, instead of having three, D4s, should I roll 3 times?
Say again?
With the digital die, it's only giving me 1 roll per. So it's supposed to be 3 darts. So just roll it 3 times?
And then add +3.
No, I'm supposed to roll 3.
All right,
it's 4 plus 1. So that's the first roll.
All right, it's 1d4 plus 1 each dart, and there's 3 of them. Right?
That is again 5. And then 4. So 14.
14? How'd you get 14 out of a 3d4? So 3... Were they all 4s?
2 of them were 4s, 1 was a 3.
Oh, okay. Awesome. All right, so 14. Yeah. As it flies up with the arrow in its face and continues to go for your face, Galen, you watch as immediately something hits it from out of your periphery, and then like it blows up in your face. You are now covered and drenched in just blood and gore, like basically like a piñata blood balloon. I guess would be the best way to put it. Just burst right in your face. So that one is definitely gone.
You hear Sora kind of start to snicker behind you, even though we might be in trouble.
All right, so that one is now most definitely gone. But then this one flies up, going after your face, Galen. Which, Leah, your reaction is up now.
Do I get sneak attack? And
You would get sneak attack, yes.
okay. So I rolled a 16.
16 does hit.
So 8 piercing damage, and then I roll my sneak attack.
Okay.
4 for sneak attack. Are you able to see the digital dice when they roll?
I can see the log, yeah, and see what they roll. But it's still good. It's still good to get into practice. Just tell me. It's fine.
Okay, I was just wondering how it showed.
Yeah. Okay. So you do hit. You watch as your bolt passes through one of its wings. It doesn't seem to take as much damage as you thought it should. But it does still seem pretty hurt. The wing is bleeding, but it is still up in the air, flying at your face, Galen. And it is absolutely going to try and attack your face. Unlike the other one who was like gumming at you with claws and fangs out, it flies up to you and you watch as its tail whoosh, just whips at you, and you see this little stinger right at the end of its tail. And that's going to be a 22 to hit. And you are going to take 7 piercing damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
$11.
So that is exactly what you need. That is a save. So you only take half the poison damage as you feel the poison of the stinger enter your system. And it's a good thing you succeeded, because that is a 6, 11, 12. That would have been 12 poison damage, but you take half, so that is 6 poison damage.
Oh, even better.
Okay. And then...
Is that all 13? That's 13 damage altogether, correct?
Yes.
Alright.
Alright. And then... what happens next is you watch, and I think Galen... Actually, you would only be able to see... This one right here. This creature right here. It moves over to you right here. Behind the other one. And then it vanishes.
Fuck that shit.
Okay. So that is the creature's turns. Next is... let's see... is you, Galen. Rowan, you are after Galen. What would you like to do? As this one creature has just impaled you with its poison stinger.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you, Galen. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was Rowan. For some reason, I heard Rowan.
Yeah, I said, Galen, it's your turn. Rowan, you're next after Galen.
Okay, for some reason, I didn't hear that at all.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to close the door because I saw 2 of them disappear. If I need to swat at the little bat thing, I will to get it out of the way, but I'm going to try and close the door.
It's on your face. It is on. It's like.
All right. I'm going to swat it away.
So you're gonna attack it. Go for it. Roll to attack, my man. I mean, you could still try to close the door, but it's on your face. Just saying.
Yeah, I kind of want to get it into the room. Hold on.
Activate fly swatter.
24.
24 hits.
I smack it into the room.
Roll damage.
Yes. 8.
8. You attempt to actually get it into to like just knock it into the room, but your hand goes through it. And you can feel now some more warm blood and guts, it looks like, possibly, are on your hand, and you just like kind of like shake it off onto the ground. And it is now it's gone. It's dead.
I close the door now.
Well, to close the door currently would be an action. Use your action to attack it. So you can prepare to close the door on your next turn. But that was your action.
Does it close in or out?
Well, he would have to pull it closed because he opened the door. The door opened inward.
Alrighty then. I
right.
guess I am going to move out of the way and do patient defense. And I tell everybody in the room that there were 2 more and they just disappeared.
Well,
So
you only saw the one disappear. The other one flew around the corner and you haven't seen it yet.
Alright, well, I tell everybody that there's 2 more and one of them disappeared, and I'm just going to leave this doorway because fuck this place.
Okay. So where are you moving yourself to?
I already did it. I moved it behind the table.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, Rowan, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I don't know what the heck he's referring to because I didn't see the things because of my vantage point in the room.
You can definitely see, like, he's covered in blood. There's pieces of meat on the ground currently, but yeah, you have no idea what he's referring to.
So I cast Thorn Whip and wait for something to follow him in. And I ask, did you see the body of the guy we're looking for in there?
No. Just worry about the flowing red bat human thingies.
Okay. Maybe you should worry about the ichor that's covering you.
Galen flips you off.
Wow. Okay. All right. What a turn. I mean, in the sense that, Galen flipped you off.
Yes, turn of events. So yeah, I just cast Thorn Whip and I wait to see whatever comes in.
All right. So is that a bonus action or an action to cast that?
It's an action.
It's an action. Okay. So yeah. So you just kind of like holding it there, waiting. You can't actually attack as a reaction because you have to hold the action. You already used it. But you're waiting and anticipating. The door is still open. You can see the blood there, and that is your turn. All right. So next up after Rowan is Squall. Squall, what would you like to do?
Okay, so we are not going in there herd.
And you can see Galen just covered in blood and guts. Not drenched completely, but it's mostly over his face and like around his neck. Definitely his hand.
I pull some
and you hear
intestines out
Sora
of my
still
hair.
snickering quietly in the corner there.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna I'm gonna manifest my echo.
Alrighty. Where at?
In the doorway.
In the door. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
I'm gonna have my echo move up one. No, move up and in to like here. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. And then I'm just gonna have him take an attack at the space. Just gonna knowing there's conflict,
Mm-hmm.
not seeing anybody. I'm just gonna blind swing.
Okay. Based on what specifically? Because this got to make sense. Like,
Sheer panic. No. I mean, like.
that could work. I mean,
Yeah, like just like kind of like I want him to go in there and try to just like you know you wouldn't
Just
like
like-
a brush, like just go in swinging.
yeah.
Just
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I dig it. All right. Have him roll an attack at disadvantage
okay,
as he swings at the air.
that's right. We're gonna do this. Oh, 7.
7. Swings through the air. Doesn't seem to hit anything, as far as you can tell.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm gonna do, and yeah, we're just gonna leave it at that because that's my action bonus action.
All right. Good deal.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So next up is Jarena. What would you like to do?
I am going to run up on Galen and I'm
Mhm.
going to assess his wounds.
Okay, make a medicine check for me.
I can't help her. I guess I point at the.
I
stab
don't need your help.
wound.
I got 14.
14. Yeah, he looks like he got pretty banged up. And you can see like right around his neck, like this little puncture wound, and right around the wound, it's just like this black, like the skin is puckering and blistering slightly, which indicates to you poison. So he's definitely taken a significant amount of damage, some of it being poisoned.
Was that medicine check an action or bonus action?
Because you are a cleric, that is for you a free action.
Okay,
Because you're doing it really, really quickly.
Okay, I'm gonna take out a piece of cloth and just start wiping his face, and then I'm gonna cast Healing Word on him.
Okay. Are you using a specific word?
Heal.
All right.
Keep it simple.
Good enough. Yeah.
I thought it was bird.
Galen, as Jarena's wiping like the blood and muck off of your face, you hear her just quietly mutter under her breath, "Heal." And as she does, you feel slightly better. That hole in your neck slowly begins to close. The blistering and blackness, around it begins to lighten and fade, and you do feel better. How much do you heal him for?
Only 4 hit points.
Okay. Still feel better. Better off than you were a moment ago.
And his face is a little cleaner.
A little bit, yeah. Alrighty. Anything else you'd like to do?
Negative.
Alright. Next. Alright, so now we are back at the top of the round. And that is going to be Phoebe. What you doing? Sorry, you're after Phoebe.
So I see Squall put his echo in the room.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
I'm just gonna hold my action until I see something happen.
What action are you gonna hold?
Bow and arrow.
Okay.
Arcane shot. I'm letting you know beforehand.
You're going to use an arcane shot.
Yes, if I see a target, something happens. I'm holding my action.
Okay. So the rest of you watch as Phoebe takes another arrow out of her quiver, and I hope you're keeping track of your arrows because those aren't. It's not like a video game where they replenish. So she takes another arrow out of her quiver, and she begins to pull back, and she doesn't pull back all the way. She's just readying her shot, and as she does, you all see the arrow slightly begin to glow blue. All right, Sora, you are next. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna hold my action until I see something.
All right. What action?
Same thing. Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure I checked it off. The last time I used it.
Oh, Phoebe. Arcane Shot is the name of the actual ability. Which arrow are you using? Are you readying to shoot? Because you have to pick the types of arrows.
Bursting arrow.
Bursting arrow? Okay. So that okay. Alrighty. So, all right. So, sorry, you're holding what action are you holding again? I'm sorry.
Magic missile. If one of them happens to appear.
Alrighty. All right. So next up is Leah. What would you like to do?
Is anybody currently getting attacked right now?
Not that you can see at the moment.
So from where I am, I'm gonna hold my action of a crossbow until I see someone getting attacked that needs support.
Okay. No worries. All right. So, next up are those creatures. And so while you're all kind of readying and trying to figure out what's happening, right next to Leah, whoop, one of the creatures appears. And then right above the table in between Sora and Galen, boop, another one appears. Phoebe, you are the first holding your bursting arrow. Which one are you attacking as your reaction?
The one that seems to be behind me on the table.
Okay, so it's within melee range, so your shot is going to be at disadvantage.
Okay.
So what is
14?
that? 14 does hit.
Because I rolled a 5.
Yeah, no, 14 does hit. Okay, roll your damage.
$10 damage.
10 damage. I also need you to roll 2d6 and tell me what you get.
10.
10. Okay. So first thing that happens, you release this arrow, this glowing blue arrow. It hits the creature. The creature immediately just bursts. And as it does, this wave of force emanates from that area. And Leah, Galen, Sora, Rowan, and you, Phoebe, take 10 force damage. But thankfully, the other creature takes 10 force damage as well and bursts as well. both creatures no longer moving as they are piles of gore and meat.
With that hit, Sora is down.
All right, Sora falls unconscious to the
With
ground.
that hit, I'm at 1 HP.
But you are not unconscious.
Wait, Galen, how are you at 1 HP when I healed you for 4?
I was at, so my original health was 20. Then I was down to 7, and 7 plus 4 is 11.
Got
10
it.
damage. Yep.
Okay. So that happens.
Did I get hit too?
Yeah, Leah. It was Leah, Galen, Rowan, Sara, and Phoebe. Just a little hint. You should read the descriptions of your skills, because it says right there in Bursting Arrow that all creatures within 10 feet of the actual detonation of that arrow take 2d6 force damage. So just something to remember.
So I took 10 damage.
Yes, you did.
So did I.
Yes, you did.
My character sits up and goes, well, I did not expect that to happen.
You look a little singed there, Phoebes.
It worked, didn't it?
I hate you now.
Yeah, I guess.
The feeling's mutual, Galen.
I'm just gonna say, as an out-of-game thing, Tarius, now you know how the rest of your party felt last time. That's all I'll say. All right. So
what do you mean last time?
Last campaign.
Oh.
Mr. Fireball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anytime you cast it. All right. So moving right along. All right. So, Sora hits the ground. Yes, Sharina.
Are we still in initiative?
Well, that was getting to that.
Apologies.
Yep, no worries. So at this point in time, considering that you remember Galen saying that there was 2 more, you feel like there is not any more imminent danger, and we are currently out of initiative. So what would you like to do?
I'm gonna run to Sora, and I am going to... Oh, that's right. Circle of Morality, because she's down. Yeah, I'm gonna heal her with level 2 healing word.
Level 2 healing word. Okay.
Galen is just gonna sit up against a wall.
So I heal her for 10 HP.
Okay, Sora, you are immediately revived. You are on the ground prone, but you are no longer unconscious.
I groggily sit up, shake my head, look at Phoebe, give her a wink, and then just like stand up slowly.
Smoke if you got him.
All right. And so with that, you all kind of look around, take stock of what's going on. You do have this room that is yet to be explored, but you do seem to be out of initiative. What would you all like to do?
There's that word seem.
I'd like to explore the room.
Okay.
Can anybody help me?
Maybe you shouldn't be, giving the finger to the healers.
I want to go up to Galen and punch him in the face.
Okay.
So that he goes unconscious.
Roll to attack.
Wait.
Just don't kill him.
Wait. Let this happen.
What did you do?
She's punching you in the face. Let this happen.
Who?
Jarina.
It's a nat 20 plus 4!
Roll
Don't
what
kill
happened?
him.
Wait, roll
What
your
happened?
wait, roll your damage.
It's just 3 bludgeoning damage.
All right. Well, what was the
I'm down.
wait? Okay, so he's down. He's down. Yeah. You turn around, Galen, and you're like, what? Whack! Right in the face, and everything goes black.
But wait. So, now I go up to him and using my circle of morality again, I'm gonna heal him for 6 damage, for 6 HP.
Okay. Before you even hit the ground, you watch as you come to consciousness and you're falling backwards. Boom, you hit the ground. And you're like, I am so confused. What the hell? You feel a lot better than you did a moment ago. It was really weird.
How much HP did I heal for? I can't. Everything is glitching out. What the fuck is going on?
6 damage.
6 HP you healed for.
We should call that healing punch.
Why did you punch me?
To give you more health.
I'm surrounded by dumbasses.
Hey, it worked. See if I heal you next time.
All right.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
All right. So, as this is going on, Rowan, you've made your way into the room. I need you to make an investigation check for me, please. What'd you get? Looks like it was exciting, like it's an exciting number. What was it?
21. I got a 21.
It was a good number. I called it. All right. So, you begin making your way into the room. You come into the room, and immediately, of course, you just freak out just momentarily as you see Squall's Echo just kind of standing there, like at the ready. It just kind of looks at you, doesn't say anything, doesn't acknowledge you, just kind of looks at you, and then continues to kind of like look around the room. And you begin to systematically start going around, and you look at the tables and everything. And again, much like the other room, there are like ever burning torches on the walls. But it looks like these creatures, whatever they were, have thoroughly torn up anything, like the books and the papers. They're just shredded everywhere. There's a interesting smell in here, and you can see what looks like droppings everywhere. Some very old, some fresh. Disgusting. You're almost afraid to touch anything. But being you're ever inquisitive. You do your best to like kind of work around the nastiness that you are encountering. You go over to the bookshelves and just everything destroyed, torn up. In actuality, it does look like some of the shelves have been used kind of like nests for these creatures, as it seems like a lot of the torn and shredded books and papers seem to be mostly accumulated on these shelves, but also kind of like the nests themselves of these papers are held together by what looks like old feces and disgustingness. And then you make your way over to the bed, with the sheets are just shredded and old and disgusting. And just when it looks like you like there's nothing in this room, something catches your eye. With that roll, you see like underneath the torn and shredded mattress and sheets, you see this, it looks like a piece of black silk, just hanging, just ever slightly hanging out from underneath the shredded mattress and sheets.
I look closer.
Okay, you get closer, and it looks like it's just very much like a triangle tip of what looks like a black piece of silk, which it stands out. Now that you're looking at it, completely stands out from everything in this room, because it doesn't look old, it doesn't look rotted, it looks almost brand new.
I lift the mattress off of it.
Okay. As you lift the mattress, it falls to the ground, and as it falls to the ground, it looks like a folded up handkerchief made of black silk.
I take one of my trusty handkerchiefs and pick it up with that.
Okay. How do you pick it up? Like, just it's important the way you describe how you pick it up.
So that my bare skin doesn't touch it. Okay. So I have a handkerchief in my hand, and I use it to pick up the other handkerchief.
Okay, so it's still like you're keeping it in the same shape that it is. You're not opening up the handkerchief. You're just grabbing it.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it the way it is.
Okay. Yeah. So without issue, you just use your handkerchief to pick it up. No problems. No issue. You have it now in your hand.
I bring it out to the other room, and I set it down on the table in the middle of the group.
Okay. You all see this small black silk handkerchief, folded handkerchief, sitting on the table in front of all of you right now.
Sora, if you're okay, would you mind taking a look at this?
It's just now. You said it's just a black silk handkerchief, correct?
It looks like it's brand new, like it was just made. But yeah, a folded up black handkerchief. It's folded up.
Okay. I gingerly pick it up. Do I sense anything off of it?
Making well, what are you trying to sense of it? If it's magical, if it has properties, what are you trying to do?
Can I do an Arcana check to see if, or an intelligence check to see if I recognize anything like this from my travels? I asked Rowan, where did you find it?
I found it under the mattress in the other room, and you do not want to go in there. That mage did not teach his imps how to use a litter box.
I don't believe imps know how to use litter boxes, but okay.
What's a litter box?
A bathroom, essentially, for animals.
All right. So when you pick it up, how are you picking it up?
Well, first I'm gonna look it over and see if I see any markings on it or any writing, anything like that.
Okay. So the first thing you do, so you unfold it, is what are you saying? You're unfolding it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you start to unfold this, and as you unfold it, it keeps unfolding, and it begins to get larger and bigger, and it just keeps unfolding to much larger than it originally was.
Is it still solid?
Wait for it.
Okay.
You continue to open it up, and at a certain point it stops unfolding, and you see that it is circular. And now that it's on the table, immediately you hear a sound, and it is now a flat circle on the table, and it is now a hole in the table. But
can I roll Arcana?
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
The description.
I started at the same time as you said, but
as it and becomes a hole, it is not a hole that actually. So you're not actually looking through the table. You see a black hole that goes about 10 feet down. And there are things, items, at the bottom of this hole. You look under the table, and you just see underneath the table. You look back at the top of the table, and there's a 10-foot hole.
Excuse me, Sora. I know I'm not a mage, but do you think this is the portal he was discussing in his journal?
I would have to read the letter again. I don't remember all of it.
Now, Sora, if you'd like, you can make either an Arcana check, or if you have an Identify spell, you could use that as well. It's up to you.
I'm going to use an Arcana.
Okay, make an Arcana check.
Nat 1.
You have no idea. Rowan's probably right. This is probably the portal.
All right. I'm going to cast Identify, considering that I was so surprised that my mind went blank and any information I had about something like this totally flew my head.
Okay. So you cast, you begin the process of casting Identify. You hold, you take out your spell book, which you've been holding most of the battle anyway, because of the type of wizard you are. You all watch. Every time she casts a spell, she seems to draw energy from her spell book. As you're casting Identify, a number of things happen. The first thing that happens is that circular raised part of the front of your spell book, you can feel it because you currently have it open. You can feel it underneath your hand become more prominent. And then there's some kind of movement. But you're in the middle of casting the spell, so you don't want to break your concentration, and immediately you cast the spell. And you all watch as she's casting the spell from her book. Her eyes flash momentarily blue. And as the information comes to you in the spell, you hear a voice in your head, Sora.
Oh yeah, that's a portable hole.
I look around, sort of startled.
None of the rest of you didn't hear that.
And do I get the direction it's coming from, or does it just
It sounds
sound
like it's
off in my head?
It sounds like it's coming from your head.
Okay.
But you can definitely feel more movement on the front of your book.
I turn my book over.
Okay. As you turn the book over, there is a large singular eye staring right at you. That was not there previously.
My eyebrows raise, and I say, "Oh my."
You hear the voice in your head again.
Oh hi, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
Do you have a name?
Nope. I'm whatever you like to call me. I am your spellbook.
I'll think of one for you.
Okay.
This is interesting. Okay, so you said portable hole, correct?
And you do, and as he said that, as that voice said that to you in your head, you did gain the rest of that information through the Identify spell. It was as if the voice was agreeing with the information you began to receive. This is a portable hole, and is folded up to the dimensions of a handkerchief. It unfolds into a circular sheet 6 feet in diameter. You can use an action to unfold a portable hole and place it on or against a solid surface, whereupon the portable hole creates an extra dimensional hole 10 feet deep. The cylindrical space within the hole exists on a different plane, so it can't be used to create open passages. Any creature inside an open portable hole can exit the hole simply by climbing out of it. You can use an action to close a portable hole by taking hold of the edges of the cloth and folding it up. Folding the cloth closes the hole, and any creatures or objects within remain in the extra-dimensional space. No matter what's in it, the hole weighs next to nothing. If the hole is folded up, a creature within the hole's extra-dimensional space can use an action to make a DC 10 strength check. On a successful check, the creature forces its way out and appears within 5 feet of the portable hole, or the creature carrying it. A breathing creature within a closed portable hole can survive for up to 10 minutes, after which time it begins to suffocate.
Can I pick up the whole, well, first I tell everybody what it is. And I tell them this is perfect if we need to trap something, or this is actually a great addition to the tools that we have. I pick up the hole and I turn it over to get the stuff out of it that's already in there.
No, you would know that it doesn't work that way. To get the stuff out of it, you would have to climb into the hole because as you start lifting up the edges, everything in the bottom starts to get blurry.
Okay. All right. Who's the best climber we got?
Oh, and by the way, the rest of you saw Sora talking to her book. So just FYI.
Yeah, that's the least of our worries.
About to say, this party doesn't exactly carry normal very well.
Galen, I am so sorry for punching you, but it was the only way to give you the maximum amount of health.
You look like you enjoyed it a little.
No?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't personal whatsoever. I'm so sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Experimental.
He has like no expression on his face, and you get the sense that he no longer cares right now. He's just furious.
All right. So you got this large hole, extra dimensional space sitting in the middle of a table. Anybody doing anything with this?
Well, I was going to ask who's the most dexterous. One of us will hold a rope. It's 10 feet. It's not that far. To go see what's at the bottom of this thing.
I'll do it.
We'll close it up.
You watch as
I'm
Rowan.
not any of those things, but I'll do it.
You watch as Rowan begins to like throw her leg over the hole into the table.
I go to grab her and yank her away from the hole.
Party poop.
All right. So who's doing what? Come on, guys, give me something.
Do we want to go off of Dex to see who goes into the hole?
No, I get out my rope and I start tying it to something so I can climb down the hole.
Okay.
I don't entirely trust that decision.
All right. Yeah. There's a number.
Well, then you can climb down the hole too. I didn't say you couldn't.
I'm fine. I'm enjoying the entertainment.
Okay. So between the two of you, Phoebe and Rowan, what is it, Drina?
I'm gonna put my hands on Galen's shoulder and do healing hands for 3 more HP.
There you go.
Oh, she's massaging you. Oh, how sweet.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, Rowan, go down the hole.
Thank you for that. So you tie off. It's easy enough. You're able to tie off one of your ropes to some of the stonework here in the room, and you begin to make your way down into this space. To the rest of you, it looks like Rowan has just climbed into the table and just disappeared. For anyone who's not looking directly down into where she's climbing, it's very disorienting. Phoebe, you begin to follow her. As you both make your way down into this hole, there is not a lot of light down here. And again, it's only 10 feet. It's not very far, but you get down. Anyone, are you gonna? There's a number of things down at the bottom of this hole. Do you want to light something up so you can see a little better?
Yes.
Okay.
I take a stick out of my pocket and cast light.
All right, you cast light. Yeah, you see a pile of coins. You see a large, beautiful, ornate shield. You see a breastplate of leather and metal. You see, it's just there's a bunch of stuff down here.
Dude, it's fucking treasure down here, guys.
You have my attention now.
All right, so over the course of the next hour, because that's probably how long it will take for you all to pull the stuff out if that's what you're doing, or stay in the hole to count and figure out what's in here. I will tell you how much how much coin there is in here. But the rest of the stuff you will have to figure out next session. So inside.
Before we leave, I would suggest that we take a short rest to get some of our strength back.
Okay. And yeah, that's easy enough because again, all of this is happening over the course of an hour, right? So if you'd like to take a short rest, those of you who are not actually going into the hole, you can actually do that. So as far as the coin is concerned, you find 1,000 gold pieces. You find 40 platinum pieces. There are a few chests of varying sizes, some large, some small. And as you open up the chests, there seems to be these beautiful pieces of artwork, or you're not sure, but they look expensive. So in one of the chests you open, you find a crystal bowl set with beautiful aquamarine gems wreathed in violet flames. It looks expensive.
Obviously, it's wreathed in flames.
You open another chest, and inside there is this metal, like dark metal figure of a hawk that looks like it's inlaid with ivory. You're not sure what type of metal this is. It's very weird looking. You open yet another chest, and there is a gold goblet set with what looks like diamonds. And in the last chest, you open it up. This one's pretty small. It's more of a coffer than anything else. And you open it up, and there's this ugly gold pendant. Ugly in the sense that there's a face on it, and it's frowning, and it looks craggly and nasty and old. But it looks like it's inlaid with another type of metal. It looks almost like iron, but then it glints with no light, like on its own. It's very weird. Also, like even though the pendant is ugly, it looks very expensive. You also find this beautiful shield. I will actually show you what the shield looks like. I will bring it up. Looks like that.
Ooh, that's pretty.
All right. You find a piece of armor, breastplate, that looks like this. And you also find this odd, it's this metallic stick that so it looks like a metal rod that it was formed into what looks like a tree branch with these gaping parts of it, and at the very tip of it, it's holding some kind of black onyx stone, and it looks like this.
That's black tourmaline.
And it's and the stick itself is about maybe 12 to 13 inches long. And yeah, and that's pretty much all you find.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's it.
How many?
Who has the bag of money that the Von Scotts gave us? Because I want to add the coin to it. Was it Phoebe or Leah who had it?
I'm pretty sure it's Leah. I don't handle coins.
Okay. Yeah, we had a bag with platinum coins in it.
I don't have it.
Leah?
I said I'm checking.
Okay.
All right. So while you're going through that, both Phoebe and Rowan, you're down inside the portable hole, kind of going through all of this, trying to make out what you have here, and also trying to lick some of the wounds that you've gained, trying to actually get into this area. That is where we're going to call it for the evening. So good game, guys. That was good.
That was fun.
Excellent work, people.
All right, guys, we defeated the floor.
Are we not splitting the coins?
We will when we have the opportunity.
You guys can figure that either out between
We can do that during the week.
Between games or next game. That's fine. Okay. All right. So you've successfully navigated a portion, Phoebe.
It was an action, I swear.
Uh-huh.
It's because she's in that interdimensional hole.
Yeah. It's just distorting all of her reality. It's like, oh.
Like, what the fuck's happening? There we go.
All right. So
My camera.
all right. So you've successfully navigated a portion of the puzzle floor to get into this area. You've defeated some tiny little creatures. Found what seems to be the not only the laboratory but bedroom and possible hoard of the wizard known as Zilray the Scary. But you have yet to find any trace of Leopold's apprentice, and that is actually part of what you should be doing. There's plenty more of this area that you have not explored as of yet, and we will see what happens next week when we get there. So good game again. Good game, everybody. That was awesome. You've defeated a river, and now you've defeated a floor. You're working your way up to a ceiling, people. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
We're gonna break that glass ceiling.
All right. So thank you everybody for joining us on this merry wild ride we call It's a Wild Mount. Thank you to my players. Yeah, once again, you guys keep me on my toes, and it's as much fun for me as I hope it is for all of you. I want to do a couple of quick shout outs before we end for the evening. So even when folks follow us in between streams, when we are not live, I still want to shout out and acknowledge them. So I definitely want to thank Marbles8675 for the follow. I also want to thank Ocelotus so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Grant Wilson, gifting a sub to Two to Your Head, cheering 300, 100, 400, 500, 600 bits over the course of this evening, and also becoming a Patreon patron. Thank you so much, Ocelotus. We absolutely appreciate you. We appreciate everybody who continues to support everything that we do here, allowing us to not only have fun for ourselves, but share all of that with all of you. So thank you so much, everybody, for the love, the support. As we close, we are going to, once again, I'm going to look and see who we can raid this evening, so we can share that love, distribute it fairly all around. Let's see who we have. I see Dresden. I don't know why I don't get everybody when I look for rating. It's crazy.
Fall Harbor is definitely on.
Yeah, I see Fall Harbor. Okay. All right, so yeah, we are going to raid Fall Harbor this evening. Please show Fall Harbor all the love that you show me, show us. We really appreciate it. If you can if you haven't followed Fall Harbor, please do so, and just help them out. Just support them the way you're supporting us. Only way we actually are able to help each other is by supporting the things that we love and sharing the things that we love as well. So let's support each other. Let's support Fall Harbor as we close out this evening. Once again, I want to thank our sponsor, Never Ending, for sponsoring everything all the fun that we're doing. Can't wait to show you all the artwork that we're putting together with their help. And remember, please be good to yourself, be good to others, take care of others, and don't forget to take care of yourself. Until we see you next time, take care.